Hi everyone, just to notify, we are at bottom, so we're at approximately 1,845 meters deep with D2. We have approached a soft sediment bottom, which you can see are some potential shrimp burrows or biological burrows within this area. We're going to go ahead and set up before we get started with this dive. Again, we do have a variety of checklists to go through for the ROVs for engineering objectives before we go ahead and move on towards that potential shipwreck dive. So stay tuned. Thank you.
This is an audio check, audio level check on the OKEX party line. No one needs to respond. This is just an audio level check on the science channel, on the left audio channel. Party line. This is just an audio level check on the science channel, left audio channel. Shoreside, please check your phone lines and mute your phones if you're not actively speaking or you hear an open phone line, and this is being recorded with all of our archived video. Please mute your microphones unless you're actively speaking.
Sure. I am now talking on OKEX as well as EXRV. Do you want me to get off of EXRV? Alright. Sounds good. I am only on OKEX. Alright. Sounds good. Sure. Right. Sure. Understood. Alright. If you guys are ready, we can start the scanning rotation. So I'll be going from north, which we are at right about now, and I'll head to east first, south, and then west, and then I'll come back the same way so we don't put a turn. Yep. Go ahead, come up just a tad. Lock in auto depth. If you could keep it at your angle at 45 and then follow me around as we rotate, and I'll stay centered on your 45 so we get a kind of accurate circle as we go around. Copy. Let me just come back a tad and then we can start that move. If you want to work with Navigator to adjust the mini Zeus, which will adjust the blue view, we can scan up and down as we go around. Alright, Nav, you ready? Copy that. Copilot, you good? Alright. I will start the rotation now, heading over to 090. Yeah, I would believe that. And if you could just follow me with Sirius as I come around, Copilot, please. Thank you. I think the optimal range was like 67 meters and below on that one, if I remember correctly. Yes. Yeah.
So for everyone tuning in at home, I'd just like to flag stream 3 for you. That's where we have our quad screens, and you can see on the lower right-hand quadrant that we are currently testing our Blue View system, and that is the newly installed system that has been on D2, and that's a sonar system that can help us navigate through either difficult terrains or see other features. And this is really the objective of today's dive, coming and approaching this potential shipwreck. We're hoping that it provides a really great visualization. So for those tuning in, stream 3 on the lower right-hand quadrant is where you can see that Blue View system.
Yeah, a little high up. I can come down if you'd like. Might be a little. Well, maybe what I can do is continue at this height, come in around, and when we come back, I can get a little bit lower to the ground, or we could try something a little bit different. There is. Yeah. Hey, video, do you mind just zooming in real quick on main HD? Seems to be a pretty straight. Alright, it might just be a. Yeah, I could have just been my eyes, so that looks alright. Alright. That just look. Yeah. Yeah, do you want to come in again? A drag line. Okay. Full wide video, please. Thanks. Okay, I passed south. Continuing to west. Yep. Coming back in. Continuing back in a little bit more. Coming up on west. Okay, we'll go a little bit past west and then we'll come down. And then we will go counterclockwise back the way we came. Okay. Come to northwest. Understood. Alright, so there's about northwest. We'll go ahead and come down a little bit. Down. Okay. Just a few meters off the bottom, and then I'll start coming back around the other way. So those are 35s now? 36s? Gotcha. Yeah, because that percentage isn't linear, correct? It jumps up quite a bit near the end. Alright. Are we happy with the blue view? We ready to start heading around counterclockwise? Okay, do we want to try and record some of this on the back end? Or just finish this first? Understood. Alright, I'll start coming back around counterclockwise. Currently at 313. And back. I believe you're right. Copy that, thank you. That's correct. One's stationary, one's adjustable. I believe it's turned off right now. Do you want me to turn it on? Right. Copy that. It's on the top of the brow, and it has a. It's at a 30-degree angle, I believe. I know we have a couple different notches that we can adjust it to, ranging from I think like 70 up to 0. Nice. Swath. Yep. Gonna push out a little bit, Copilot. Make it a little too tight of a circle. Did someone just adjust the suction light? I thought I just saw that flicker. Okay. Right. Copy that. Do you mind just following me around? Thanks. Okay, come back to stretching out a little. So there's much tighter of a circle this time around. Alright. Yeah. I'm back lined up at north. Ooh. Is this a piece of trash, or can we use that for a sample? Yeah, go ahead. Or no? Well, I mean, to test the arm, test the... Oh, I guess we haven't tested bio boxes or anything. Feel free to come out. Just rather than grabbing a live sample. Yeah. Or no. I know we normally don't. Yeah. I'd feel more comfortable grabbing this than something. Yeah. I don't see a ton of rocks either. Oh, true. Yeah. Okay, coming up. Alright, so we'll test the temp probe when we get a seat here, test the arm, and bio boxes. And that's just more to test the hose. We've already tested the suction motor and clearing it out. Okay. Copy that. Oh, yeah. Copy that, thank you. Yep. You just move it down. Nice. Yeah, I think that might... Because I think this is the temp probe probably sticking out. Yeah. You can see the edge of the... Nice. Yep. Do you want me to back up? Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll have a problem finding. Yeah, it didn't take me too much to sit down. Okay, coming out of joy lock, coming up a little bit. Yeah, just move it around. Here, Nav, I'm gonna come back a little bit if we want to try and scan that again. Okay, the sediment's pretty light here, but you should still be able to see it with the sonar. Come back a little more. Backing out. Might be in the brow. Yeah. Gotta shake my head a little bit, see if I can. No. I'm dropping down a little. Mm-hmm. Can.
It's either that or slightly up into the rough or that shadow.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna come back, reline up for it. Oh yeah, you can see it there. It's just very small. Okay, you said hydraulics are ramped up? If you feel comfortable, if you could switch over Mini Zeus to your camera. Alright, let's go ahead and grab it first, throw it into one of the bio boxes, and then we can go ahead, retract the drawer, pull out the temp probe, poke where it was, try and get a sense of how that works, make sure that everything retracts correctly, and then potentially suction sampler if we'd like maybe get a little sediment sample. Right, ready? Arms coming live. Arms live. Coming out. I believe it's 5, 7. Gotcha. Okay, grip force of 2. I am getting nothing. Okay. I know 3 was very slow yesterday. Okay. 3. I'm not getting anything. Let's go to 4. Yeah, thank you. Okay, this is 4. I'm not seeing anything on 4 either. Okay, let's go to 5. Coming out. 5. There we go. 5 has something very slow compared to what it normally is, though. Yeah, 9 maybe? Yeah, it only goes up to 9 because we have a 0 involved. Alright, I'll leave it on 5 for now. I might try and feather. If you could do port bio boxes available. Okay. Yeah, sure. Have lasers on. Video, if you wouldn't mind coming in for a zoom. Might be a Mountain Dew Sprite 7-Up. There we go. Looks like an older model. Okay. Yep. Excellent. Thank you, video. Actually, that might be... I'm sure it might be one of those... the new old ones where they tried to make it the retro version. Alright. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and toss that in the bio box port side. Alright, full wide please video. We'll see if we can attempt to feather it and keep the can intact. Laser's coming off. Okay, arms coming live again. Okay, closing. Yeah. Okay. This isn't very conducive to feathering. Okay, you ready with the drawer? Okay. Go ahead. Yep. And follow me over with Mini, please. Could you follow me down with Mini? Yep. Alright, well you don't have to, no. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and close that. We can leave the suction sampler for now. Last time I was able to get it to go in just by shaking the vehicle a little bit. We want to go ahead and test the temp probe first though. And then we can, yeah, come out partial. There we go. That seemed to fix it. No, just right, yeah, a little bit further, excuse me. And also the drawer is still, the bio box cover is still. Okay, that should be good. Okay, pump's coming on. Coming out. Okay, I'm going to increase brute force 7. Okay, grip is locked. I'm going to pull this out a little bit. You want to bring the drawer back in. Okay. That's good. Yep. Yeah, we'll have to stow this. Alright, if you want to bring the mini Zeus up in front when you're ready, we'll go ahead and try and use the temp probe. We can look at the temperature change, right? If we look at our data view, please. Alright, so right now temp probe 1 is at 6.39 and the other is at, was 4. Those seem to have just adjusted. What are we reading for temperature? 4.2? Okay, should be under NRV. So what we did last night is full max is 1 yellow mark that goes to the end of the closed drawer. So do not pull it out any further than the yellow mark. So I guess first thing will be full extend, and then we can kind of come back in and try and aim for something and poke it. All right. So what you're looking at is the yellow tape. There's a yellow paint marker mark on the black cable that we do not want to extend past. So I will bring it out until we get to that point, and then maybe we can take a picture of it. To show, should be 5.5 feet of extension. So there's the yellow mark. We do not want to go past that right here. Exactly. I'm going to bring it in a little bit. So just so that you all are aware, that mark at the back end of it is about 1/2 inch before max. So like if we just stop at the top, it should be about 1.5 inches, just in case we jerk a little bit over. They're getting close, yeah, but not actually physically touching. It's about a half inch after that yellow mark before we're fully maxed out. Exactly. Yep. All right, so that's full out. I'm gonna go ahead, index back in. I'm going to bring it in a little bit. Looks like the cable is getting pulled in. It's not getting pulled in. It might be, with the drawer in right now, we're at a tighter angle. Yes, a little bit. Just a little bit.
Stand by, watch lead. Watch lead. You guys should talk about that off the comms. You guys should talk that off the comms so it can't be bled through.
There. Okay. What about a temp probe? Copy. Yeah. Do we see a temperature change? Alright, proof of concept. Okay. Yeah. Sure, if you could bring the drawer out just a little bit. Let's make sure that the that drawer had closed. Okay. Sounds good. I will go ahead and stow. This cable should be, looks a lot stiffer down here at depth. Maybe having the additional force of the bungee would have helped. There. Oh wait, I think we just lost the cable. Okay, if you want to bring the drawer all the way out. Okay, 1 second, let me, okay, continue further. Okay. Alright, now I know it's jumpy, but we're going to want to bring this in as carefully as possible. 1 second, let me just get the jaws off. Oh. Okay. Potentially. I'm losing my depth, but I think got it there. Jaw lock on. Okay, I don't think there's going to be enough force to hold it locked up there, so we might want to go ahead and put it in a sample box. Do you agree? Okay, yep. Okay, so I'll try and get it as close as here as possible. It will drip down. Jaws opening. Yes, so if you want to bring in the drawer and then wing in so I can open up the port rock box. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give it a try. It should just like push up out of the way if it does run into it. Okay. And then if you could follow me with the mini, just lift it up a little bit. Should be able to get it from here. Slightly different angle. And if you could follow me back down. Okay, jaw's coming back open. See if we can grab this guy again. Okay, thank you. I think I might have to feather to get into this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Let me just get the lock on. Yeah. Wait. Let me just make sure that temp probe's up above the... Okay. Now you can come in. Alright. Let's go ahead and drop it right in here. Okay, opening draw. Okay. Alright, let me reach out and grab the rock box top. I just hit a max. Might be able to grab it from the bottom here. Sure. Yeah. I'm at the max on my... Okay, if you want to try and wing in. Okay, if you draw in just slightly. Nice and easy though. Yeah. Okay, just a little bit more. Okay, let's see. Okay. I think I'm pretty close. Yeah. Okay. Stand by one. There we go. Yep. Thank you. Let's. Do we want to wing out first, or do we want to just leave it wing in? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Let's bring the mini Zeus down so we can watch it as you bring it in. Okay, arm is stowed, yep. Cross off. Yep. Alright. So that cable should be able to come out with it. Yeah, nice. Nice and easy. It's starting to what? Okay. I think you should be alright. Yeah. Oh. Video, if you could leave the camera as is. Okay, nice and easy. You're pulling up a little bit slack from the bottom. Looks alright. Yeah. You don't want to come in a little bit more? That's nice. Yeah. I think it's just readjusting inside the box, but you should be alright. If we see that lid start lifting up, that's when we know that she's going to pop out, right? It's just readjusting. I think we're fine. Excellent. Nice work. Okay, so next thing is let's try and get up off the ground. We'll move the back of D2 a little bit, see if we can course the suction hose back in. If not, we might have to do what we did yesterday and bring the drawer out and back in. That should not, yeah, but nice and slow. But it shouldn't affect what we just did all that much, right? Because it should be moving with the drawer. But okay. Wiggle first, and then we'll go. I'm gonna go ahead and come off the ground. Do you want to make notes while we're steady? All right. The cable reel is what came undone. We also need to look at increasing the tension on the cable retractor bungee. I think with it being a little bit stiffer down here, the wire, the cable itself, I think it needs a little bit more tension. Yes. Yep. Yeah. So that was just 2 zip ties that we had on the cable spool, right? Yeah. Yep. All right. You comfortable, co-pilot? All right. I'm just gonna bring Minnie back to center. Gonna go ahead, come off bottom. Yeah. I feel pretty safe. Ship hasn't moved. Taking back my rotator. Bring it down a little bit so we can see it. Okay, joy locks out, coming off bottom slightly. We'll get about a meter or so off the ground. I might shake up some sediment here. Okay. Got a good view of me and Sirius. Alright, I'm just going to start giving it a little shake. Oh, there we go. Nice. Good stuff. I think it was just getting stuck on that I-beam section. I'll need to add a few more lines to that this evening. Uh, 12 noon? I believe so. Oh, we crossed back over the time zone? Gotcha.
So I was just looking at movie normal subset recording. It allows you to control the range of data exporting specified by the start and stop anywhere in a separate sound file. A smaller file can never go in audio at a later date. This allows the user to edit data set, minimizing the process. I guess compared to the matrix we're in distances, or I think the start and stop at times.
I'm just going to get lined up on north again, Copilot.
Like a JSON file, is that they're all about sound effects. Okay.
Okay, you're lined up on north. Coming over. Alright, and the next objective is just to try and find something of note for to record on the blue view.
Yeah, I'll keep, I understand everything except the subset part. It knows what a sound file, I just have to go through it. Start and stop there.
Okay.
What do you know the size of that drive? Well, I can tell you that when you start a sound, it limits the 500 megabytes. So that if I would do like not even a minute, just start it as 10. 50 seconds. About a minute of time, I bet. If we have something nice and we're getting a subset and a recording, then it may be nice to get a picture of it as well. Yeah. So, but also you can replay the song and say we'll focus on just
Okay, well, I'm pretty much lined up on north here. If we want to get a small move in, we can start just mowing the lawn and seeing if there's anything that we can see out in the distance. Yeah, we can see 30 meters on the blue view here, pretty clear. It looks like similar terrain with these small mound features. Copy that, thank you. Copilot, you ready for that? Oh, that's right. Okay, coming around. I want to just stay right where you are, Copilot. I'll copy. Alright, so this is Just about looking back underneath Sirius. Pan up. See you. Just to look underneath us. We did a full turn of like 360 around Sirius, but we never actually scanned underneath her. Alright. And coming back around. Copy that. Sure. Ooh, here we go. Yeah, video if you wouldn't mind coming in on the whitefish. This is Bathopathes.
I'm wondering if that's a cutthroat eel or what's known as a Snaphobranchus, but I'm not quite certain.
I don't think I've ever
I
seen
know
this
it's a
one before.
Fish.
It's an interesting.
Oh, my Googling tells me that it's not a Snaphobranchid. Don't know what that is. If anyone is on the call or in the science chat room, please let me know. Oh, Mike Vecchione says it's a holosaur.
Oh.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, it's starting to get pretty high up there. Video. Copy. Let me know and I'll get some lasers on as well. He's up in my lights at the moment. Yeah, laser is flickering in the bottom. Not a whole lot. Looks like Sirius is underway though. Laser's coming off. And we'll leave him. Okay. Coming down, heading back north, pushing out. Thank you, video. Sounds good.
For everyone tuning in at home, this is a great little system that you can use. If you check out stream 3 on the lower right-hand corner, you can see that blue view sonar being worked, and you can actually see it picking up a lot of these small burrowing mounds that are appearing in the sediment. So it's just one small way that the blue view system can really pick up things a lot further than what the light can actually penetrate. And we're seeing that it is actually picking up even smaller object things rather than large object things like we're hopefully going to test later on today at a shipwreck dive.
Copy that. Copy, coming up. I'm just gonna kind of push it here a little bit further. Do we want to go to full extent east or? Okay. Yeah, I'll just go to the east of Sirius's view and then the west of Sirius's view, so right there. I'll look. Yeah. Coming back a little. You mind just bringing Sirius's head around? Sorry. Let's see my. There we go. That's fine. Right. Coming back around, start heading west. Looks like it. One of those glass, wedding glass sponges, I think. They normally come in pairs, though.
Pilot, this is Watch Lead.
Go ahead, Watchley.
I was just wondering if you had time to answer a question from one of the chat rooms.
Sure. Go ahead.
From Irvin Garrison, the question is, what is the cross-bottom velocity of the ROV when mowing the lawn, quote-unquote?
It depends on the current. Depends on how much we move the ship. Generally, the reason that we do mow the lawn is so that we can use our multi-beam sonar to look out a little bit further ahead of us. If we're getting good data, we can move relatively quick. If we're trying to take a little bit more time to decipher the data coming in, we'll slow it down a little bit. And mainly it's a time for D2 to use effectively while Sirius is moving in regards to the ship. So when we call in a ship move, Sirius will respond at a delay depending on how deep we are. So today the delay isn't terrible, but when we start getting deeper down to 6,000 meters, we're rated to. It can get up to multiple minutes before Sirius starts feeling the move, which means that the pilot just has some more time to kind of run around on his or her leash, so to speak, while we're waiting for Sirius to catch up. So we try and cover as much ground as possible. I know that doesn't really nail down an answer for you, but it's anywhere from 0 to 0.3 knots, I would say, depending on the conditions. Right now we're going about probably half a knot.
Great, thank you so much.
Sorry, half a tenth of a knot.
Awesome, thank you.
response to which column as far as X, Y, and Z. Correct. And we'll keep doing that on our ship notes. Chicago, once you've sketched out to the west, I can tell how it should be.
Sounds good.
We actually, after we stretch out and start returning, I would actually down the wheels, try to return and
Sounds good. We'll probably call this the extent westward. I'll go ahead and start turning around when you're ready. Don't see anything. Okay. You're good for me to start coming back. Alright, coming back. Sure.
which screen shows this thing's readings, or if you're pointing over iPad? I've only looked at them on iPad ever through the it's it looks like on the G2 sensors page. I know there's a status of daylight on it.
You could also probably like
Yeah, so what I'll want to do at some point that we have a moment is basically accelerate in different directions. So forward, forward, forward at, but at a given time, so that I can record the time roughly and I can look in the logs and correspond those movements to data that I'm recording. And I'll also do a quick turn and change that for locking down. So that was really my movement.
okay. Let me know when you want to do that. I'm going to be doing a turn here to port in a second.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple seconds of not doing anything before we start so that I can see some.
Okay. Let me get lined up on north and center with you. And then I'll hold station for a second.
So this, when I hit the sound file, it takes the viewer of it, and that lets me do these things.
Oh, nice. That's easy.
Can we get an estimated range to target?
Sorry, video. I missed what you said.
I was asking if
Go ahead and
mapping
zoom in.
had a range to target.
Is that biological? It looks like one of those tongues.
Hi. Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah.
Approximately how far are we from the shipwreck site?
So for the actual shipwreck, the estimated location, we have, based off the coordinate systems that we were given for this actual shipwreck, we estimated to land the ROVs approximately 100 meters away from the shipwreck. Now, again, there are uncertainties on whether or not we'll actually find it or not, but the current estimate is that we're at about 100 meters, give or take a few, from the actual shipwreck dive site.
What's the estimated timing?
That is still not entirely certain. We're looking probably past noon, maybe 12:30, starting to head towards the dive site. The beginning portions of this dive was dedicated to more engineering checklists and focused on what is going on. So just to make sure that the ROVs are up to par and all the equipment is running and functioning well.
Based off of like the markings
So
in the sand,
as soon as all those checklists are done, we will be heading towards that shipwreck.
Yeah, if you want to come back in. You know what I'm talking about, the ones that like come out of that center hole right there? Okay. Yeah. I think it's just fully extended. But normally those like reach out. Yeah, there we go. And then pulls the sediment back in. So fascinating. Yeah, sure.
That is quite long. And you can see the previous trails that it's made before.
Sure. Let me just, sorry. I'm still a little curious on how it actually, alright. Okay, video. We can come out. Alright. Co-pilot, what would you like me to do? Yeah. Copy. Alright. Coming to starboard 90, quick. Stopping. A little bit back to port so I don't go over. Okay. Coming back to center. Yeah. Lateral to starboard. Copy. Okay. Just be advised the port rock box lid came
For everyone's
up.
awareness, that organism we saw
so we
earlier,
just need
Mike Vecchione identified
You
it
wanna go to
as a
port?
spoonworm.
I'm just
Avirian.
going to come to starboard
I
a little
think
bit
it's
so I have some running
pronounced
room.
Avorian. Spoonworm.
Okay. Let's settle out. Okay. Coming port hard. 3, 2, now. Going over. Okay, nice, closed. And stopping. Stop there. Okay. Quickly, copy. That might go off your screen a little bit, so you might want to raise up Sirius camera a tad. I'm coming back to get in a little more view. Okay. You ready? Alright, coming up 3 meters quick. 3, 2, going up. That's 4. And stopping. Okay. If you're good, I'm going to start coming back down. Okay, come down slow. Don't want to lose. Yep. I got a little bit of mud. I think so. Okay, coming back to port. Sorry, starboard. Come back down. Current should be pushing it northwest slightly. I agree.
That's all movements I need to hear about.
Okay. Copy that. Ooh, shrimp.
So, I heard Bob in the workshop asking which compass is being carried. Is the fence reading exactly what's displayed here? Oh, 81.4.
Sorry.
I mean, that's what I'm. So I'm saying in the things center page. Yeah. The heading up here. Is that what you're asking a question? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And both of them are on.
Yeah, they should both be on.
Yep. Okay. So I'm just waiting for the.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Few meters. Copy.
Fin system? Yes. I assume that generally there's a coordinate system that they show you, and that we installed it based on that coordinate system. Yeah, it has the complete coordinates and architecture limits and all that stuff. Okay. And maybe I can go to later tonight and look at that so I have my X's for Y's. Yeah, nice. Done burned down, and it's definitely it's titanium, it's titanium. This is for
Yeah, and there's only one way to put it on to install it, so it has to be oriented that way. Is it a crab? Copy that. Sounds good. Alright, I'm going to start coming over back to east. Ooh, actually. I'll do a quick snap here video. I believe it's a sea. Oh, there's a fish. Never mind. Another one of those holosaurs. I'll switch over.
Watch lead nav. Hey, watch lead. I guess you're on survey 1. Survey 1, do you hear nav? I hear you now, yep. So we're going to switch over to UCH. I guess I'll just hop onto OKX and let them know our plan for finding the target. Okay. Go ahead, Bridge. Thank you, Bridge. Okay, pilot, the ship should stop in a moment. Whenever you're ready to kind of officially do your east-west moves, keep an eye on the blue view, and we'll just have co-pilot tilted up and down a hair when you get to the end just to make sure we're not missing anything. So just let me know when you're at your extent and I'll drop the targets. Okay. Okay, for all the people watching on shore and particularly the archaeologists who have tuned in, this is Carl McCletchy, the ROV team lead. I'm currently sitting as navigator for another 20 minutes. We've completed our engineering objectives for the day, and as we've been doing that, we've also been moving along. We picked a bottom target that was, let's see, 350 meters below the best guess target for the wreck site. And as we've been doing our tests, we've been slowly working our way north, and we've already scanned with the blue view about 150 meters north, and we have a swath width of scan of about 160 meters. So that's the tether length plus the 50 meters that the blue view can see. So we're working our way north. Just did a ship move, so we're doing the east scan now. We're going to move back to the west, and we'll just keep hopping north. Currently the ROV is 190 meters from the best target. Does anyone back on shore have any input or advice as we search?
Shore side, can we get an audio check?
You're going to have a very low profile target. And the most prominent feature will probably be the box-like form of the tri-works, which is probably several feet by about 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7 by about 3 or 4 feet, with 2 huge iron pots in it. That's going to be the most prominent feature sticking up, so it's going to be low and potentially in a little bit of a mound from the ballast.
Yeah, we saw that in some of the images. So that is that the Triworks is basically a big stove.
It is. The Triworks is where whale blubber was rendered into oil.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're pretty confident that our sonar will pick that up. If you look at the screen right now, it's picking up all these little mounds, bioturbation mounds, really out to 40. They start to fade out between 40 and 50 meters, but you can really see them. So we're pretty confident that metal stove that's 2 or 3 feet tall will just kind of pop out 40 to 50 meters away once we're within range.
Excellent. We very, very much appreciate this. This is a wonderful opportunity we didn't think would be happening, and it's exciting, and our fingers are crossed. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, ours too. Yeah, we'll be, we were looking for a UCH underwater cultural heritage target to test our Blueview system. We're going to be recording some of the man-made objects there, and then trying to manipulate the data later to make some 3D renderings. Okay, so pilot, let me know when you get to the extent so I can drop the target. Okay. Okay, and you were looking due west there? Okay. Yeah, it's complete now. Let's take a look at Sirius and see if it stopped moving. Oh yeah, where are you? Oh, you're, yeah.
All right. Oh, we're starting to see some biology in this area, and as we're moving towards the general direction of the shipwreck, and that is Site 15563. Looking forward to it. Hopefully we'll arrive and be able to get some great imagery.
That was also a good test. Thank you.
Okay, once you're settled up and we're facing north and we're confident that Sirius is settled out, we'll call the next move. And I'll go back to EXRV while I'm talking to you guys.
Check current range to the coordinates.
Current range to the coordinates is 100 meters. We're doing 40-meter moves here, so just one or two more moves will be where, most likely expect it.
Roger that. Thank you. As we make our way towards the target, perhaps we should talk a little bit about why, if this is a whaler, this is important. Whaling was America's first global industry, spanning pre-revolutionary times to the end of the 19th century and the 20th. Whale oil lit street lamps in American cities. Whale baleen supported women with skirts in the 19th century. And whaling in the true life tale of the wreck of the whaler Essex inspired American classic Moby Dick. Inland communities, island communities, particularly Nantucket, became known around the world. And whalers took the American flag to the South Atlantic, the Pacific, the Arctic. But less known is this story that we're now looking at, which is the story of whaling off America's own shores, especially in the Gulf of Mexico. Recent research suggests that as many as 214 whalers worked in the Gulf from 1788 to 1878. And what we're about to dive on, hopefully, is a wreck encountered by CNC Technologies in 2011 and reported to BOEM that has some distinct archaeological characteristics of a whaler of the first half of the 19th century, specifically this highly diagnostic try-works we've talked about, which rendered whale fat into oil, and anchors of a style that speaks to that first part of the 19th century. This suggests that is that a whaling vessel, but we don't have that much data. There's some very good data that was captured in 2017, again by CNC, which used a Huygens AUV with mounted cameras and passed over it, but we needed more data. And so today's dive, this opportunity provided by NOAA to use Okeanos Explorer in the systems, is much appreciated. So if this wreck is a whaler, it's going to be a significant find because most Americans, most people really don't know about whaling in the Gulf of Mexico, its importance to American history and overall American economy. And with that, it's a reminder that in our own backyards, even miles out to sea in the Gulf of Mexico, sometimes amazing discoveries can be made. So as we get closer, we're hoping to see target 15563, which, when observed in 2017, as well as earlier in 2011, is a small mound of ballast, some bricks, try-works, bottles, this sense of maybe some structure, and two anchors, one of them broken. So that's all we know for now. We're waiting with anticipation as we get closer and closer to coordinates. We're in the right depth for what was recorded for that target back in 2011 and in 2017. And with the ROV moving forward, stand by for what we hope will be that moment of rediscovery.
Thank you so much. We are really excited here on the ship to be coming up, hopefully on this wreck soon. We just went through a pilot change, so that's like an overall shift change, so that's why you generally see on the videos right now a bit of stationary movement from, or rather the lack thereof movement from D2. The new pilots are getting settled in, and hopefully we'll be traversing towards our way to that shipwreck of Site 15563. Thank you so much for that background, and it's really interesting to be able to see that not only could there be some archaeological history right in our own backyards per se, right so near close to shore, but also the fact that so many of these artifacts can be so well preserved despite, you know, hundreds potentially of years underwater and of potentially biodegradation and all the sediment that accumulates over it and around it. Is there anything to say about the overall integrity of how these ships overall degrade over time, or you know, are we more likely to find certain shipwrecks that had certain types of wood, or, you know, now modern day there's steel and all of the other kinds of materials that are used, but in the history, wood and everything tends to be quite easily biodegradable. So how is it that these ships are able to stay as well preserved as they are on occasion when we do find them?
That's a good question for our colleagues at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to answer. Anybody care to take a shot?
Hey, this is Melanie. I'd say a lot of the preservation potential has quite a bit to do with sedimentation and how well the shrimp buried into the seafloor itself. As you know, anything buried tends to be well protected. Unfortunately, in this location, so far offshore in such deep waters, the sedimentation rate is actually very low. So unless the bottom of the hull settled down into the soft, mucky sediments, much of the upper structure is going to be gone. And many of these sites that have copper sheathing on the outside, the overall shape of the hull is very well preserved, but the wood itself tends not to be. So we're just going to have to see what we get when we get out there.
The copper sheathing, of course, was applied as an anti-fouling mechanism to prevent growth on the ship hulls, which would naturally slow them down in their sailing. So they continue to serve that simpler purpose by prohibiting organisms from attaching to the lower part of the hull where the sheathing still exists. This might be a good opportunity as well for you folks at BOEM to explain a bit about who you are and what you do and why you are so important to America's cultural resources and America's economy out there in the Gulf. I'll let somebody else take that since I'm now retired and no longer important to anybody.
Serve fee, maybe?
All right, step away for a second. Jim, could you repeat that?
It would be awesome to hear a little bit, share with folks that maybe have not heard before about what BOEM is, what you do, and why what you do is so important for America.
Okay, thanks, Jim. This is Melanie DeMoore with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and I'm a marine archaeologist and the Environmental Studies Coordinator for BOEM's Gulf of Mexico region. We are a regulatory agency within the Department of the Interior, and we are responsible for offshore oil and gas, marine minerals, and renewable energy development in federal waters. Our jurisdiction extends from state waters out to the exclusive economic zone, or about 200 nautical miles offshore. And the archaeologists are responsible for making sure that the activities that we oversee do not impact submerged cultural resources, such as historic shipwrecks, downed aircraft, and submerged pre-contact sites. So we have a great responsibility. There is no these resources are 100% non-renewable. They do not go back once impacted. And part of our responsibility is to find these sites and document them for future generations. So we have quite a responsibility here, and we love sharing these discoveries with the public back on shore. So many of these sites are so far away, and if you've never seen a shipwreck before, these deep water sites are not exactly what you'd expect to see if you're diving in the Keys and seeing some of those sites. These sites offshore tend to be well preserved and include a lot of really cool artifacts that we don't get to see a lot of in shallow sites. So, welcome to the team, everyone, and I hope you get to enjoy what we're doing out here. Scott, you're welcome to add on if you'd like.
I think you did a great job, Melanie. One of the things that we've done recently is, in partnership with some of the data that Okeanos Explorer has collected for us, we put together a virtual archaeology museum, a way to connect people with this data. A lot of times, scientists get exposed to incredible visuals, incredible imagery that's only available to a select few. And so what we tried to do is create a centralized location on BOEM's website where you could view, maps of the sites, where you could view the video data and some of the snippets that NOAA has put together, as well as images and some annotations within the 3D models that we're able to generate of these sites. And so it's been very successful, and in fact, I think it's made some people jealous that the BOEM Virtual Archaeology Museum is now getting more visitors than the homepage for the agency itself. And so we've been very proud of that. And we're also very happy that a lot of the work that's being done is made available not only to the public widely, but to other scientists where we're able to pool our information and resources and our time to really investigate these sites, not in 2 dimensions, but in 3 and over the course of years, without having to go through hours and hours of video data over and over again. And so that's been, I think, a significant value add. And I think we're going to attempt to do that same thing here on this site today, time permitting, of course.
Thanks, Scott. I'll just add a little bit further. This is Jim Delgado. I'm the Senior Vice President of Search Incorporated, but formerly now retired from NOAA, where I was Director of Maritime Heritage in the Office of National Marine Sanctuary. For the last 5 years since then, I've been working with Search, which is the largest cultural resources company in the United States. We work on land as well as in the water, including shallow sites, and up to deep water sites, as well as museum services, historical architecture, and a variety of other services. We work throughout the country and we work internationally. But for me, my favorite, of course, are missions like these, not dissimilar from work I'd done previously, but this time working again with my former colleagues in terms of government service, but still my colleagues from archaeological times. This wreck came to our attention thanks to Jack, who's called Jack, retired from BOEM most recently, has come back to join us for this dive because as he's worked through the years, he's noticed a great number of the targets as they came to his desk, as numbers were assigned, And with that has always sought opportunities to study them with many of the other folks on this call and this dive. When he saw a very distinctive-looking artifact, and it sure looked like a whaling triworks to him, he ultimately reached out, showed it to me and others, and said, yep, that sure looks like one. And we've done a fair bit of research, again, with some other folks on the call, and we have some suspicions about what this might be, other than a whaling ship. But we really need as scientists to collect the data and learn more before we do that very difficult task known affectionately in some circles as pin the name on the wreck. But for what we know, and what we know now, I should say, we think we really do have an early 19th century whaling ship. So why we're looking at this is because BOEM's responsibilities include not only keeping track of these things as they're found, but also determining which ones are important, particularly under federal law. The National Historic Preservation Act mandates that agencies take care of and protect significant sites, particularly those that are eligible for or would be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. And that's where we come in today. Research is currently working with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to conduct a comprehensive rewrite of the maritime naval history of the Gulf of Mexico in the 19th century, as well as a series of nominations for previously located sites that most likely could and likely would be listed in the National Register. This site was added because as a whaler, and perhaps is the only whaling wreck yet found in the Gulf, and indeed one of the very first whaling shipwrecks found in deep water, it may have some very particular significance. And so with that, what we're going to be gathering today, hopefully, in addition to the data, is a better understanding so that we can develop and write that nomination to the National Register, as well as hopefully share this story with more folks. The beauty of working with Okeanos Explorer, with NOAA, and with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration is that this data is archived, these videos are available, and with that we have opportunities to share this further in a variety of forums. And so with that, again, with anticipation, bated breath, we're waiting as we get closer and closer to what we hope will be the wreck of this whaling ship.
So on your work on that study, one of the things that I know Search will be producing and that we're all looking forward to seeing is some short video documentaries about each of the sites and then an overall sort of history of 19th century sailing in the Gulf of Mexico. Have you guys at Search given any thought to what those might look like and the sort of stories you want to tell?
Well, one of the other things that we do, and that I didn't mention, is that we have our own media department, and we have worked on documentary films. Search is the primary advisor to National Geographic for the In the Ocean series, and we've also worked on other television, and we have an award-winning cinematographer as part of the team, as well as others who have experience in this. And so what we're hoping to do, and the plan actually, is in those 3-minute videos, is to provide not only a sense of archaeology, and of exploration and of discovery and documentation and science, but also the human stories behind these wrecks as best we can discern them. An opportunity to share their connections to shore, to the broader patterns of history, but also wherever we can to draw a closer connection to certain aspects. This is a whaler, and if it is a whaler that comes from an area that we know of, then the opportunity to tie that specifically to a community, perhaps even to descendants, is something that always, I think, is a powerful way by which we connect people to this type of heritage. And it's that kind of connection to heritage overall throughout the country that reminds us all that no matter where we live, we most likely do have some powerful connection to sea. And perhaps through that, then more of an understanding of why that old house down the road or that grave in the cemetery or that anchor sitting by the side of the road means far more than we might have originally thought.
Yeah, and you mentioned graves, which I think is a great point that we need to mention that most of the people in these sorts of wrecking events, of course, do not survive. And so we really make an effort to treat these sites with the utmost respect. And I think BOEM understands that these are unmarked burials in many cases. And we take extra care to make sure that when we are presenting this information to the public and telling these stories, that we always present the loss of life in a careful sort of way.
Ab, what's our range to coordinates now?
The ROV is about 60 meters from the expected target. We're just going to scan to the east to fill in that gap. Next scan may be within sonar range if that target is correct.
Jim, I know you've been looking at a lot of 19th century wrecks over the course of your career. Here in the Gulf of Mexico, what would a 19th century sailing ship look like, or what's the variation within them? How frequently, how many were there? Can you give a context to the site we're about to see, maybe? Not just in terms of whaling.
Ultimately, well, I should probably start by saying that we have experts who can also answer that, both in Jack Irene and with Amy Morgans from Texas Historical Commission, who I know is on the dive. But just quickly and briefly, I'll say that the vessels that were engaged in the coasting trades of New England were the first to really come into the Gulf. Ultimately, what would arise, particularly by the mid-19th century, is more of a Gulf-specific type of vessel, many of them schooners. And for the trade that was close to the coast, particularly with shallows, as you would find in and around Pascagoula or by Mobile, as well as coming into New Orleans through the river and into Galveston, shallower drafts were absolutely essential, particularly if you were going to work those inside waters. The vessels that we see generally were smaller in the early 19th century. We're talking about ships that in many cases were around or just below 100 feet in length. They had, particularly with the older ones, a little more carrying capacity. And some of the shipwrecks that we've seen that BOEM has documented, and a few that are in the virtual museum, speak a bit to different forms, from the more full-bodied packets that would carry large cargo, particularly bulk cargoes such as cotton, to sharper-lined rigs and schooners, again, some of them very workable, and common craft that were heavily engaged in the trade. Most of them were rigged more simply, while you had full, three-masted full-rigged vessels. Two-masted vessels were perhaps far more common, and in that, the brig rig, very common, with a bit of square there. That is a square rig with some fore and aft ability, as well as the schooner, which is completely fore and aft rig. Ultimately, steamers would begin Gulf, starting, really in the 1830s. And by the time of the Civil War, there were large numbers of those. In the later 19th century, ships are coming from around the world, many of them steamers, but this is also the last big period of use for larger ocean-going sailing ships. Many of them were built as after the Civil War. Most American ships ceased to really get engaged in the trade the American Merchant Marine went into decline, and American ship owners invested in foreign hulls. So it is a real vast museum of different types of vessels sitting down there. Much of what is seen, as some of you know who are on the dive, really is just the bottom of these vessels. But through that, we can begin to discern details, such as the fact that one of the wrecks that we've all worked on, the Monterey A vessel, is most likely a schooner, as well as some of the others. But to that end, it's every little bit of evidence for all of you folks out there that are listening, not on the science team, that we're always looking for, and that a mission like this is so important for, because every little tiny bit of evidence ultimately gives us a better sense of this, because otherwise what we're drawing on are an occasional painting, maybe a record or a document that says this is about how big it is and how much it would carry. But other than that, until the age of photography, we don't have much that speaks to these vessels, which were as common in their time as the trucks that we see on the highways and the rail cars that we see on the rails of America. Amy, anything to add?
Hello, Jim. Honestly, you always say things with such eloquence. It's very hard to feel like I can add to such a dialogue. But, I mean, I do think you've covered that pretty well in your overview. You know, just in the Gulf of Mexico, you know, entry into the ports here was sometimes a little bit more challenging than on the east side and in New England. So there's a tendency overall to have sometimes shallower draft vessels in the Gulf of Mexico for the northern Gulf of conducting business. And then looking at the New Orleans enrollment registers, which is always a really good gauge for the kind of maritime traffic being conducted, as New Orleans is in one of the major ports in this area. You know, thousands of ships were engaged in commercial trade, you know, in this region. And, you know, even for Texas, for our database of historic wrecks, you know, we have almost 2,000 shipwrecks listed, and that's coming from navigation charts and Coast Guard records and different wreck lists and stuff like that. You know, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and I know other contributors on this call are aware of this too or can add to this, but in remembering the New Orleans enrollment registers, I thought that the schooner was actually the prevalent vessel type, especially in the 19th century in this region. But there's a huge variety of vessels, large and small, that were conducting trade and other activities here. And I guess not just trade, but, you know, there's naval vessels as well. I mean, there's quite a nice assortment of vessel types here in the Gulf. Yes?
I was curious if you could tell us how many people worked on board these vessels, and also who they were and what they looked like and where they came from.
Well, you know, my specialization for some of that kind of information is usually more to do with sometimes with privateering and some of those activities. But again, and also, too, my specializations are a little bit more focused on schooners. Like, I know this is something that Jim can probably contribute to well, but if I'm remembering correctly, you know, again, I'm trying to paraphrase research I haven't looked at in a while, but I think oftentimes more basic merchant sailing ships, especially smaller vessels like schooners, could have, 3 to 5, 6 crew. You know, some of the information I've looked at are the, I'm trying to think of the letters. So I'm drawing a blank at the moment just because I'm not able to concentrate as much today, and I apologize. But it's one of those things that's on the tip of my tongue, so I'll fall back to it when I get to it. But, you know, when you're looking at privateering, those vessels often had disproportionately larger crews because those were engaged in capturing other vessels and then putting crews on those to sail them back, so they could be processed through admiralty courts and whatnot. So I'm trying to think, yeah, but especially in the Gulf, like some of these crews were especially international in character. early 19th century, there was a lot of U.S. interest in these territories, the ones that were not already U.S. territories at that time. And so you can just see a lot of crews in this region being made up of, Frenchmen, especially in the privateering, or Americans, Latin American crews, Latino, Mexicano. So just a real diversity, as you would expect in this part of the world. There was just a lot of territorial expansion here. And, there was a point in time in the 19th century, for the first half of that 19th century, that almost every major European power had some sort of naval presence in the Gulf, just because of all of the naval conflicts that were developing out of territorial expansion here.
Range to coordinates.
Okay, we're doing our sweep to the west with our sonar. Nothing out there. We're going to do a sweep to the north now. We think we see something to the north, about 65 meters away on our sonar.
Roger that, and thank you. In further answer to that question, the average crew on many of these vessels would be anywhere from about 8 to 12 individuals, particularly for the smaller ones and schooners. You can even have a smaller crew, depending on what kind of trade you're engaged in. You need to send a couple of watches, but you also don't want to overcrowd your vessel. When we're talking about a whaling ship, we're probably talking in excess of, well over, maybe as much as 24, depending on the size of the vessel. Generally, 16, 18 guys for a smaller whaler. And that's because in addition to the crew that are handling sail, you have others whose specific job it is to go get that whale. They're going to be the striker, there's the harpoon guy, there's the blacksmith for repairing things. You've got the ship's carpenter, you have the officers. And so in that, you have a larger crew, as Amy pointed out, because we also have privateers, and those privateers need to have those who will fight as well as those who will manage sail. The other important thing to remember is that their world was, as Amy has said, very diverse. And in the whaling industry in particular, what most people don't remember, and though scholars certainly called attention to it, is that diversity, large numbers of African Americans from New England states as well as the Azores and Cape Verdes, which were heavily whaled grounds with strong connections to coastal Massachusetts, Maine, basically all down east. When you consider that diversity plays out on board these ships, you see the beginnings of communities that, as is the case ashore, people are working alongside each other. They're accepting each other for who they are by the job they do and what type of person they are, as opposed to what they look like. And that's an important message to carry forward into today. The maritime world, while sailors could be prejudiced in their own way, had these guys living alongside each other, birthing alongside each other. And if you had strong feelings about working alongside or living with somebody, then you just simply weren't going to cut it, particularly in one of these whalers. The other thing to remember, too, is that many of the African Americans who were engaged in the whaling trade had also intermarried with a number of the coastal tribes. So the Narragansett and a number of other people had members of the tribal community who were also black and heavily participated in the whaling trade. And when you consider a community like Westport, Massachusetts, the home of perhaps one of the most famous African-American whalers and mariners of the early 19th century, Paul Cuffey, you really begin to see just how much a part of the community, how much a part of that history they were. And with that, an opportunity to assess not only diversity, but the complexity of the 19th century. And that, as we hear accounts of, and as, personally currently working as part of search with Clotilda, the last vessel to bring people to America to enslave them in 1860. Other African Americans were doing their bit to set out and make a life on the sea and to create a different maritime tradition than that which had brought their ancestors to America in the hold of a ship as captives. And so that's a powerful story. It's a story of resilience, resistance, and perseverance. And who knows, perhaps, whatever this vessel may prove to be, perhaps its own history reflects some of that.
You know, the documents I was thinking of, Jim, are the U.S. records for consulates at foreign ports. And like the Republic of Texas was considered a foreign port. And what I thought was interesting was the U.S. consulates were really good with the records I've reviewed for down here in the northern Gulf of looking at the number of crew and then kind of the diversity. I think when they recorded the crews, they kind of quantified them as being American or non-American crew. And so those records are kind of unique for just getting a more detailed sense of the number of men serving on these ships and sort of the makeup. And I don't think we've addressed this too much, but one of the things that I've always loved about the ships and this work at sea per se is how these vessels sort of served as a micro-environment as far as the roles of individuals on watercraft. And so you'll have, someone who's essentially like the upper management, so to speak, like a captain, and that can be sort of the equivalent of a mayor or a governor. You see what I'm saying? And you can have a navigator, you can have a purser, you can have someone on board to repair the ship, a shipwright. And what's really fascinating for these well-preserved shipwrecks is that each of these roles has very specific material culture that's attached to it. And the more in-depth and undisturbed a shipwreck is, the more you can actually tease out the individuals that were serving on the ship and what their tasks were and where these tasks were located on the ship. So there's quite a few things to consider when you're looking at who is sailing, or who is traveling historically, just like in modern times. Because there's a bunch of different aspects of that you can look at.
Absolutely. And in the case of whaling ships, we certainly also have crew lists that were filled out and were legal documents that were filed before these ships left port. And those can be a mine of information with a great deal to offer. And in that, again, comes back to this question of not only who's on board by name, but where they come from, the interrelationships with families and family members sailing together on these ships. Fathers will bring sons, brothers will sail, cousins will be there. Families that have married one another will find representatives there. And so in that, you really do get a sense of the nature of the sea and of these vessels and these voyages, particularly in the early to mid-19th century before the Civil War. These were very much family businesses. This is a pre-industrial time in many ways. And so what you also will find, of course, is that you have folks who are living, say, in a community like Westport, who are farmers and working in that community, and then they go off a whaling and then come back home. Fortunately, do get to come home because not everybody did. And we're not sure.
Shoreside, we want to make sure you guys are able to view Stream 3. Are you guys seeing the sonar full screen as we're approaching the target?
Yeah, you can see the anchor there. Probably will we come up on first, you can see the relief of the try-works in the back.
You, Jack, or somebody else want to talk about what a day in the life of a sailor in this time period would have been like?
Likely short and brutal, I would imagine.
This is not an easy task or an easy place to be, as we see from we're looking at shipwreck. Of course, is associated likely with casualties.
I want to know why. Go ahead. We're getting close.
Yeah, you can distinguish the anchor now in the sonar quite clearly.
Perfect.
So for those watching at home, if you want to switch over to Stream 3, you can see the Blue View sonar, which is one of the engineering tools that Deep Discover uses to scan ahead for obstacles, or in this case, help identify shipwrecks before we come across them in video.
We also have visual on Cam 1.
Yeah, it's coming into view on the ROV video.
Is our water depth still around 6,053 feet, 1845 meters?
Yeah, it is.
That's a distinctive anchor. That's either an Admiralty or an early pairing patent. You know, that's first quarter of the 19th century. First quarter of the 19th century.
Lord Urain would suggest this was not a chained anchor. It was been wrapped with canvas and attached with a hemp rope post, in fact.
So this depression here, that is the remains of the wreck, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, it's mounted up around what it would be, and it looks like this would have been consumed.
This was originally reported as having a very, very low relief, so that's not surprising.
Yeah. But just for the pilots and other people watching, there's not going to be much more structure than this. There's probably the try back to the right, but we're looking at what was the remains of the ship, so that all of the wood is deteriorated away. We're seeing an artifact pile around and ballast stones around the anchor, but this is the wreck.
And note the bottles.
Yep. We're probably before 1840.
Yeah, also be careful of the monofilament.
Yeah. Notice too that there's ballast. Yeah.
I wasn't sure
I'm going to
because
suggest. Go ahead.
It's like a large stone jug.
Yeah, there is one of them there too. Yeah, I think so, perhaps. So what I'm going to suggest is that as we move into this, if we do pass, we should. I don't know how much time we have, but the most important thing for us to capture right now is to get sufficient data for Scott to be able to create his orthomosaic. That's going to be critical for us to continue to assess this. It's going to be very tempting to stop and focus and look at these things, but I'd rather capture as much as we can and map this site once we get its basic orientation and know where we're at. So I don't mind continuing to look around, but with that, Scott, I'm I'm going to turn Chief Scientist role over to you because you are the mapping wizard.
Thanks. I guess the real question back to the ship is how much time do we have? Because that's going to be the calculus that determines how we approach the mapping run.
Yes, stand by on that. We'll get a ship move to move our second body a little bit closer to give us D2 some flexibility on the tether, and we'll get you time remaining.
So I'm getting some hot by yourself to the subject. And here's the Triworks.
How would one distinguish a Turks from, say, a Brody stove or just a regular ship stove at that time?
It's going to be these big, huge 200-gallon pots that you see there. There's the stove part there, but you can see on top, you see the two tri-pots themselves are right up in there. That is it. That's exact. And if you've ever been on board the Charles W. Morgan, this is a typical and very powerfully well-preserved whaling. This is a Triworks with the tri-pots themselves still in there.
Do we get the laser of their own? Yep, their own. And that's 10 centimeters between dots, is that correct?
Yep, 10 centimeters. And we seem to have some fish under that. And also fishing line. Do we know what these fish are?
I think those are called rat tails, are they not? I'm not a biologist, but those are fairly common that we see on E-Rex and golf.
There's some rigging out on the anchor sediment, and it's broken.
Right.
Those chain plates in the distance?
Possibly, though, some of the stuff looks like it's rigging off of the masts, mast bands.
That's amazing. I've never seen an anchor like that snapped in half.
That's what we call a bad day at sea.
Yeah.
When we do set up for the mapping,
Triworks,
there will be some things we'll need to do. We'll need to figure out an altitude and pretty much stick to a height-off bottom. And that height will help us determine the number of passes we need, and that of course, will be dependent on how much time we have. The closer we are to it, the more detailed the map and the model will be. But because light diffuses so quickly underwater, we need to make sure that for the photogrammetry, which from the Latin actually means making maps with light, we need to make sure that we have sufficient amounts of it and that it's filling the frame sufficiently to get the data we need. We'll need to turn off the laser scales for the mapping passes because it'll confuse the software that does the magic of gluing all this stuff together and removing all the distortion from the imagery. We'll want to tilt the camera down as much as we can to have no views of the ROV on the main camera. And then we'll need to proceed in long linear lines back and forth. So, turning around and doing a 90-degree on the exact same line you did in one direction and on the next. And then the minimum overlap that we need is 60% from one line to the next. The maximum recommended is about 80%. So if we cut the screen into basically 3 pieces, we can use that as a general guide for making sure we get enough of the lines. Orbits, just like the what you guys are doing now around the prominent standing feature, which would be the stove, would be excellent to get. And then,
thank you.
If time is permitting.
Speaking of time, we have about 2.5 hours left of bottom time, and we're still scouting out some of the testing of the overall engineering objectives for the Blue View system as well with the ROV, so we'll try to accommodate in getting imagery footage as much as possible of this entire site area, and we'll look to see how the overall features of this shipwreck then plays in and see if there is a potential anything that would signify describing officially what this wreck is. I'm not sure if we should be looking for anything in particular that would have anything with an insignia or inscribed or something, anything that would indicate what this feature actually is or what this shipwreck actually is.
Jim, I know some of the whaling sites that I've looked at with the tri-works and bricks, I've never seen maker's mark, but always worth a close-up look.
It is, and I think we should. This is it's almost a near match to the works that are on the Charles W. Morgan, which of course is still preserved in a museum ship at Mystic, Connecticut. The size is about right too. I think a couple of things are going to be most helpful in terms of this, in addition to the mapping, is the artifacts, like the anchors and the rest of the bottles, any ceramics we can find are going to help us with the date. Right now, everything I'm seeing is suggestive of something pre-1850 and potentially even pre-1840. It's definitely a whaling ship. Dimensionality is going to be important, how much we can discern through this as to how big it actually was. We had earlier sonar. Getting this measured will help a great deal. What's also going to be interesting is what's here and what's not here. Because if this vessel was perhaps encountered, perhaps if things were taken off, there should be more than 2 anchors, for example. It'd be important to see just what we can find and if there's any other artifacts. So the mapping will be the best way to do this, because systematically we'll go through this area and get to this better sense of it. Both sides of the vessel, I think, are going to be delineated perhaps more, not so much by structure, but by the sediment where it had mounted up against the vessel. We can see a difference in the color of the sediment, which may suggest the site formation process and consumption of the wood. So with all of that, I think we're going to get a better sense of it. But at this stage, unless anybody else wants to disagree, I'm calling this a whaling ship.
Jim, we can actually see the side of the hull right now underneath that anchor. It's just barely protruding above the sediments. You can sort of see the outline of some of the frames.
Yeah,
I kind of think
I see what you're saying.
Got it.
Here's a question for the pilot. Can you do down the long axis of the wreck from what I'm just going to call the bow, to the stern? Can you do that without a ship move?
Yeah, it's such a small wreck. We have our camera platform kind of right in the middle, so we can do a full length.
Okay. So my suggestion is maybe we take a look at what the frame looks like at 1 meter above the wreck, and then again at 1.05 at 1 meter above the wreck, and then again at 1.05 at 1 meter
Sounds like the phone went out and is looping. So we've kind of scouted out the wreck from the anchor to the tri-works in the back. We don't see any obstacles, no lines that would get foul the ROV at all. The highest thing is that tri-works, so if we're doing passes, obviously we'll have to be above that, but otherwise we can go as low as that. We're going to do maybe one scan of this anchor with our blue view sonar, and then we should be able to turn over to try to do a good photogrammetry pass. And we'll cover the camera details with you again just before we start that.
Hey, gang, this is Chris Harrell. I was checking out the feature there, and right behind it, it looks as if there might be a ship's telescope wrapped up in some sort of cloth. So when you guys get back over into that neck of the woods, you might look close and see if that's exactly what that is or not.
I think that's a great idea, Chris, too.
Yeah.
One thing that I think maybe if you're willing to risk it, Jim, is we just do the long passes in one direction down the long axis of the vessel, which would mean fewer lines for us to do, and then use the balance of the time to look at specific artifacts that we see within that to focus on, like zooms of the stove or zooms of the potential telescope.
I would agree, Scott. I'm always going to follow your lead. You completely converted me on the power of the orthos and the detailed mapping. And just for some of you who are also on the dive, what I talked about earlier is that going back to what Scott had done, there's a number of diagnostic features. I think we're very close to figuring out exactly what Vernon Basin 2109 was, thanks to the kind of work that Scott did, thanks to the Okeanos crew and the ROV crew taking the time to map that. There's some really characteristic stuff on that stripped-out hull that really speaks powerfully to, potential identity. So I'm always there for that. But I agree with you guys. Let's do it this way. Like I said, Scott, you got the con because that map is absolutely important and getting it into the virtual museum. But yeah, Chris, that's a good spot, and looking forward to seeing what else might show up. And you can actually sort of see in almost like a Sutton Mound kind of a way after the excavations. You can almost sort of discern a little bit of that dip in there that might have been where the hull was. Love it.
Hey, Dan,
I think
that tri-works the main attribute we're looking for as far as distinguishing this as a whaler? And just because I'm not as familiar with that kind of device, are we expecting to see different sizes for that kind of, for that kind of object, based on the size of the vessel? Like, can you provide some more information on that? And that's just not something that I'm as familiar with.
Right. So tri-works basically are about this size, no matter what the size of the vessel will be. And this guy is a small vessel, what it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't a schooner or a brig, just based on its size. Having said that, these pots, basically the standard iron tri-pot, which is a part of the tri-works, it's a 200-gallon pot. You can have more tri-works on bigger vessels. And some of the say that, like Bob Schwemmer has talked about in the Hawaii Islands at Papahanaumokuakea National Marine Monument, soon to be, hopefully, National Marine Sanctuary, that tri-works is disintegrated. But you basically brick them in, and we've seen the remains of the brick. In some cases, you can sheathe, or what you do is you put a copper sheathing on top. If any of you are have access to the internet, just Google, check out Carview Morgan, see if you can get to the Tri-Works, and you'll see exactly what we're seeing here, just on the deck of that restored 1835 whaler. So it is so very specific, so well documented, that this is no doubt, this is a whaler, and it was lost while in active trade, because otherwise these things would be dismantled and stowed away. So whoever was here was in the Gulf whaling. We do know, thanks to the research of Judith Lund and others, that at least 214 whalers were working in the Gulf of Mexico. The first one, Kazia, 1788, all the way up to 1878 with schooners like the F.W. Moore and others. Having said that, there is more research that's been done, and for now I'm not going to throw any names out, but we only know of one whaler that definitely sank in the Gulf of Mexico. And this seems to be about the right size, but again, let's not play pin the name on the back. Let's document it and take a look at it. But I have a suspicion. As to who this might be. And that's thanks to the Westport Free Public Library, the New Bedford Whaling Museum, Mystic Seaport, and a lot of folks who have helped along the way. Thanks to Jack Irian saying, hey, is this a whaler? And I know that joining us on this dive and watching is Robin Winters at the Westport Free Public Library, who did a lot of research and has been looking into crews and took us on an amazing tour of Westport, a whaling port of some significance, not well known as New Bedford or Nantucket, but all important, the home of Paul Cuffey, as I said, and perhaps the very port that this vessel sailed from. We'll leave it at that.
Scott, this is Carl in ROVNav.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're ready to do a photogrammetry pass. We did catch that you'd like the lasers off and the camera zoomed so that none of the ROV is in it. Did you want the camera as far down as possible, or 45 degrees, or what were you thinking there?
As far down as you can without going completely downward. We don't want any view of the RV, and minimize the zoom a little bit. What is the height off bottom right now that you're at?
About 2 meters.
I think that's a pretty good height. So if you want to go just a touch lower than that, that's pretty good. You'll notice that when these ships sink, there's kind of a berm that's formed where the hull displaces the sand around it. And that's a good target for you all to kind of follow the edge of that berm when you start the mapping run from the anchor to the stern of the vessel. And then we'll turn around, we'll do the exact same line, but in the opposite direction, and then shift over and keep mowing the lawn that way. We'll need lasers off as well.
Okay, so we've kind of zoomed in and tilted down to get as much of the ROV out as possible. We can hold this altitude. And so do you want us to kind of start, assuming this is the bow, start off to the ship's port side and do kind of outside the wreck? And then on the way back, maybe be on the rail, and then one up the middle, and then the other rail?
Yeah, I think we should start on the side that does not have the stove while we set up the initial lines, and then we can make adjustments later if needed regarding the stove.
Okay, so are you looking for a constant altitude, like we should rise up over the stove, or do you want us to set kind of our depth and hold that steady?
I think you should set your depth and hold steady.
Okay. All right, we'll give that a try.
The image looks clean, and there's no shadow, so I think you're good to go when you're ready.
All right, sounds good.
There's one note for the video engineer. If he can keep the brightness kind of consistent, Sometimes when there's depressions in the hull and stuff, you can get these darker spots. So
Yeah.
if you need
Copy
to
that
adjust,
shoreside. Use my waveform monitor to keep the overall lighting averaged as best possible. We do have some issues where sometimes the lights themselves flicker. That'll just have to be fixed in post.
Yeah, we can fix that after. Or cut those frames out.
Yep, so focus and zoom will remain fixed, and the only thing I'll be adjusting is iris to try to remain consistent.
I always say my favorite pilots and my favorite crews are always the ones from GFOE. And you guys never fail to impress on your ability to control and maintain and hover and not stir up the sediment. And it's miraculous. And, you know, I'm so thankful that you guys are the ones running these passes for us.
That puts a lot of pressure on our pilot, Todd Gregory, not to stir up the sediment now. But thank you.
That's exactly the point.
And what's the approximate distance from the ship at this location?
That certainly looks like wood. Actually consumed, somewhat exposed.
Absolutely, and I don't see any evidence of heating at this time.
Note to the pilot, you can actually increase speed slightly if you want to.
The ballast is river cobble too, and that's pretty interesting. All of these were working out of coastal communities, and would always pull into rivers. The ballast is nice and clean, and very easy to handle. Okay, those are off masts and yards. And look at that small anchor there. We're just seeing a bit of it. Just that fluke.
Another note to the pilot, the speed on the turns, we won't use the turns in the data, so you can do the things as quickly as you need.
No, whoever said chain plates, I think you're right. You're absolutely right. That's the old style chain plate, pre-1840.
So I'm only seeing one set of them. Are we thinking single-masted?
Vessel may have been dismasted. It could have pulled out. Hard to say. We're also seeing burial. Those bottles, though, that's pretty distinctive. That's looking like a New England Glass Bottle Company style, and those are like 1827, 1845.
Does anyone want to describe the process of harvesting a whale on a whaler? Like, how did they go about it and lock it up and keep it from sinking the ship?
What you would do is once the boat sank off, after you had struck the whale, after they had lanced it, and once the whale had died, they would attach floats to it in some cases, and they would blow it over and bring it alongside the vessel. They would lash it to the side of the ship, and there they glance with staging off the side of the vessel with large spade-shaped cutters. They would flints. That is, they'd hook into it, and they'd peel off big strips of blubber, rolling the whale as they did that. They flinched and pulled all of that blubber off of the whale on the deck. The men would begin to cut it into pieces, mince it, and then they would put it into those tripods and boil it. The scraps of flesh that remained, they then feed the fire because he's necessary. This was incredibly dirty, blood, grease, oil, and smoke, and soon as greasy, which is good luck for a whaler. It would take better part of the day and work through the night. The oil, as it began to cool, would be poured into casks. Those casks would have been stowed down in the hold, broken down with the hoops separate, then assembled by the crew, and then as those casks were fitted and stowed, they would have gone into the hold. Those casks were the profit, and the crew all had a share in this. So while the captain had the biggest share, every crew member on board had a stake in this. The more you whaled, the more successful you were, then the more money you got at the end of the voyage, minus that which was laid out by the captain. Things that you didn't have when you came on board or that you'd lost, like a good hat, or like a pair of oil skins, or a good pair of sea boots, or tobacco. Alcohol was allowed on these ships, and we're certainly seeing that with those bottles. It was a very difficult, hard-worked life, but in this way, generations, some of them descended from tribal whalers who'd worked off the waters of New England and had taught Americans how to whale, carried out this incredible industry, an incredibly costly industry, and their war with Leviathan, they termed it, throughout the pre-revolutionary time, all the way up until well after the Civil War.
This is Jack. Yeah, I could also add a variety of species that were hunted, not just the sperm whale, of course, the largest whale, but also smaller pilot whales, for example, killer whales, something called a blackfish, which may have been a killer whale. So they weren't all of the size of Moby Dick by any stretch of the imagination.
The log books, many of which are preserved in some of the museums, they happen at New Bedford, where you go through them and you can still see smudges of ink, a little bit of splotch here and there with some grease, but also the observations and then stamps that they'd cut out that indicated whether you had spotted or sighted whales, that they got away, as well as those that you'd successfully struck and rendered. And those documents have been used carefully by colleagues to reassess the whales. Go ahead.
Pilot, we need to adjust a line so that we go directly over the center line of the stove. I think we had a little gap between one line run to the other.
We were just talking about that. We were going to do the southern rail now, out just over the center or just outside of it, and then do one pass back up the middle. Because, we noticed we didn't quite get the center of the stove.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry, Jim. So I guess I'll take a moment and talk about what the photogrammetry process does and sort of the magic of it. We start out by taking these slow, careful lines back and forth across a shipwreck site like this, which is a pretty marvelous feat if you think about it, because we're in water depths so deep that there is no natural light. And trying to make a map with light in water like this is challenging, and it's something unique to what we do. The software itself, we start with these videos, but we later turn them into stills. And what the software does is it makes maps out of each and every frame that we load into that, which takes a very powerful computer to be able to do the processing of what in the end will probably be around 10 to 15,000 images of this wreck. The software then takes frame by frame, image by image, and calculates how much shift there is from one object to another within that image. And it makes a map out of that. At the same time, it's calculating the focal length of the camera and the distortion in the lens, and taking as much distortion out of the image as they can. And then what's produced is a flat orthomosaic, and then also a 3D model of the wreck. And so it's taking these still images, turning it into millions and millions and millions of floating points called a point cloud, and then it's draping that point cloud with something they call a mesh. And that mesh is millions and millions of tiny triangles to find the shape differences between one spot and another. And then they lay the pretty texture from the imagery over that, and you're left with then not a 2D image of video of a shipwreck site, but a 3D map and model of the site that can be revisited over and over again.
Scott, this is the ROV Navigator. Would you like any more passes?
Yeah, if we can get one more pass that's further along what I think would be the port side of this vessel, so away from that, along that berm line up towards where the anchor is, I think that would be good to get. And then we'll need some orbits around the anchor at the bow, and then another close-up orbit of the stove, as much as you're comfortable, maybe at a couple different heights, depending on how close you get.
So that we're assuming for port rail, you mean the kind of the southern rail, assuming the anchor's on the bow and the stove is on the stern?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I think the triwork generally was located amidships. So there should be more of the ship further aft from the triwork, but I don't see anything that is visible above the surface.
I think it may have come dislodged when it sank, and that's what snapped the anchor. Maybe it struck stern first.
Could be.
But for this pass, we're talking the southern rail or the port rail. You want it just outside of that? More of the sediment that's outside?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that, and then we'll do a pirouette around the stove and a pirouette around the anchor.
How much time do we have remaining?
Yeah, we have almost 2 hours left on bottom.
Okay. So before we do pirouetting, let's do some 90-degree offset passes, going the other direction, over both the anchor and the stove, and then pirouette around those features.
Okay, so 90 degrees to these passes, one north and one south over each object, and then pirouette around each object.
Yeah, if we can get those 90-degree passes over each of those features, we'll need overlap. So, like, from their extent, so from the beginning of the anchor to the end, and then, for where you start seeing the stove feature to the end back forth until we've covered the whole thing. It'd probably be, 3 or 4 lines?
Well, we can see the whole anchor in one pass, so I guess I'm not following. It seems like one pass north and one south would do it.
Yeah, so if we do one where we also have the sand partially, like if we could splice the pass into multiple pieces, I think that would be useful, if I'm making any sense.
Okay, so the first one won't be centered, it'll be off with more sediment, and then we'll kind of do a grid over it back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Jim, this is Melanie. I took a screen captures when we had the laser scales on earlier, and just going back and trying to rough out some dimensions on that feature, I got roughly 40 centimeters by 75 centimeters on the top of that feature where those kettle pots would sit down into, and that seems to me to be a little more akin to the size of like a ship's galley stove that we've seen on other 19th century wrecks. As someone who's not familiar with whaling vessel artifacts, can you elaborate a little more on tri-works themselves in terms of what size ranges we could expect to see?
Absolutely. Because I did note that most tri-works had the same size, but there were smaller tri-works in particular because not every whaler was big. And so that two-pot approach, as you see there, is very strongly tri-work, because what you do with those is, and it's separate from a ship's stove in that you have intense heat that is used to take all of that blubber and render it and boil it down. And they're generally located, if not midships, then potentially more closer to the stern. But the approach that is taken is to simply just hoist that stuff up and boil it down. And they don't tip. They have ladles that they dip in and then use to pour into the casks. The top that you see there as well, the way that's fitted, is the same style to keep that oil from sloshing and coming out and hitting the deck and burning people. So you're going to have guys that are standing up on an elevated platform that are tending that stuff in and out, and they don't need it to run off. So sort of the surfacing that you see there, plus the surround with the brick, again, looking back at something like the tri-works on the Charles W. Morgan, they're a very distinctive artifact. And while you generally are looking at some of these that are in sort of like that 200-gallon range, what we're seeing here is it's right for a tri-works as opposed to a ship stove. I've done a more detailed rep on this as a brief for BOEM that I can send along.
And as well, in terms of a potential identity, we have a whaling ship in 1835, the only one we know that actually lost in the Gulf, that was dismasted, damaged, without a crew on board, but with scattered papers indicating with the logbook that they had to a storm, that the vessel had been badly damaged and was abandoned by the crew in a sinking condition. And the position that that other vessel encountered that ship was 70 nautical miles in a direct sort of arc or loop from where we are today on this wreck site. The dimensions of the vessel are pretty much about the same. That vessel, remember, the name was built in 1820, lost in 1835. So, yeah, it's that's why I'm, strongly feeling whaler. And I didn't come to that by knowing this other vessel's history or that they've encountered something. It was the TriWorks itself, having, done a lot of work, particularly with Morgan, and, having done other work with some other whaling sites and with Noah's own work, as Bob Schwimmer's talked about out of Papahanaumoku, Okeanos, looked at that. And one of the things I did for the Bowen project is went back through the archives and started pulling dimensions and doing a lot more work on TriWorks and their construction. So I'm pretty convinced it is a TriWorks, and when we write this up, we'll lay out all of that. And with that, we know that other vessel did see them take one of the anchors off and leave the other two big ones in place, as well as taking some of the oil that they'd found, which was keeping it afloat. So interesting, very interesting sort of history with it. But yeah, does that help?
That's great. Thanks, Jim. And yeah, once we're done with these photogrammetry passes, if we have time, it would be great to go back to that feature and try and get some good measurements on it from different angles, as square as we can get the ROV to it on its different faces, so that we can get better measurements for it.
It's worth noting that the Charles Morgan was 113 feet long, whereas the side scan for this is indicating something more, 45 feet.
I think because we have time, can we continue with these passes, just proceeding back to the stove?
You're saying just keep doing crossways passes all the way to the stove?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can give it a try. We might have trouble figuring out coverage because there's not really defining features in between the two objects.
Hey, guys.
If this is the whaler we suspect it is, it has a total length overall with a 21.8-foot beam. So very small. And so we're in the ballpark.
Yes, we don't see any real evidence of the so we don't actually get overall length for this.
I think the sonar came out to be in the, from the 2011 and I think the 2017, we were in the 42 to 45 foot range, which sort of makes sense if you're just looking at the main bulk of it without the sharp and the measurement, but stem and a stern post.
Melanie, I know you've been doing some fascinating research on microbiology associated with various shipwreck sites throughout the Gulf, and I was hoping maybe you would treat us to a little discussion of how the microbiology affects shipwrecks and their preservation.
Wow, you guys want to go to sleep already? Sorry, just kidding. No, I've been collaborating with microbial ecologists for over a decade now, looking at how shipwrecks in the water environment may serve as artificial reefs for microorganisms. And what we know about the different microbial communities that inhabit shipwrecks are they tend to be very cosmopolitan and focused on a very specific role, whether it's degradation or iron sulfate reduction, hydrocarbon degradation, any number of different purposes that they have in the marine environment. And one of the really cool things about microorganisms is that they are the first to arrive on the scene as soon as a shipwreck event happens. Once that vessel hits the seafloor, the microorganisms are the first ones to begin colonizing it, and over time they form what's called a biofilm. And this biofilm sort of forms in the interface between seawater itself and then the surface of the vessel, whatever is exposed above the seafloor. And over time, what that biofilm does is it basically provides the chemical cues to other organisms that this substrate is habitable. So that's when colonization begins. And you get some of your fauna, like your corals and sponges and other invertebrates, begin to settle on the shipwreck. And that, in turn, invites larger fauna and your vertebrates, such as your demersal fishes and other organisms. And over time, you basically create a little oasis in the desert teeming with marine life. And over time, as that shipwreck degrades, you can see changes in what those communities look like. And for this particular shipwreck, we don't see a heck of a lot of life on here in terms of corals and sponges and other organisms. But there are a few things that we can see here. But some of the core research that we've been doing recently and was funded by NOAA is finding that these shipwrecks and the microbiomes that they form with these different microbial communities are far different than what you'll find in the surrounding seafloor, hundreds of meters away from these shipwrecks. And that basically they're teeming with life. And so there's so much that we still don't understand yet about the ecological role of these shipwrecks in the deep water environment. But clearly, the built environment is playing a role in deep water sediment microbiomes, and we're just barely scratching the surface on what that means in the larger picture.
I think that's just fascinating, personally. Chris Rowell, I know through the years you've looked at a number of ship stoves on various expeditions. Do you want to talk about the history of stoves or how they were made or what the differences are?
Hey, Scott. Thanks for calling me out, bro. Now, there's a whole variety of these things. Stand by for a second. That's what I'm talking about. A whole variety of these but typically what you see is a square kettle box, sometimes with a spit so that you could roast meat. It would be over open fire, and then oftentimes it'll have one, possibly two, maybe three, depending on the size of the vessel, a series of boilers that would be at the top, similar to what you're seeing here. They're all put together so that they can be easily taken apart and brought up on deck if they aren't already on deck to be cleaned, and then they can be reassembled and put back down below deck. There's there's a couple of really good examples out there. There's two on two of the Monterey sites and one on the Mardi Gras shipwreck site that was excavated back in 2007, and there's lots of information out there on that. Other than that, they all seem to be, there doesn't seem to be a patent for these things. They seem to be sort of made to fit, so to speak. And that's really all I can tell you at the moment. I hope that helps.
I might add, if anybody happens to be in Louisiana around Baton Rouge, you can visit the display of the Mardi Gras shipwreck artifacts, which includes a stove, as well as a 6-pounder cannon that was recovered from the site. It's in the Capitol Park Museum in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
That small anchor we just passed is about small enough to be a kedge.
This is Jack. I just pulled up the side scan image that we had from 2017, from the last time this site was visited. And it does look like there's a little bright spot off to the stern, directly past where the stove or try work is. Maybe half again the distance from the stove to the forward anchor. So it might be worth just a quick look when we get through with this, just the stern of that, just to make sure there's nothing else out there. According to this image, the try work is pretty much in the stern of the vessel. I don't know if you have access to that image. I just emailed it to Kimberly. She can get it.
Where these things would be located was always going to be more or less at the captain's discretion. That being said, we're not sure that where this is in its exact position, but what is interesting is that the bricks that sheathed it are lying around it.
Right.
So without naming names, a vessel in July 1836 sailed into Norfolk and reported that another whaler, the whaler Harmony, had seen a wreck drifting off the mouth of the Mississippi River and some distance out, and found it waterlogged, and said, with great difficulty, succeeded in freeing her. That means clearing rigging off from the dismasting. Took off 230 barrels of oil, part of sail rigging, chain, cable, and anchor. Her log was written up to 25th May and was supposed to have been struck by a squall on the 27th, which was experienced by the Harmony, the other whaler, by papers found on board. Her crew consisted of 15 all told at the time of leaving port. From appearances, Captain Swain was of the impression that they must have taken to her quarter boat, and hopes were entertained that they may have been picked up or made some port. One compass only was found in her binnacle. The wreck was afterwards boarded by brig Thomas Winslow of Westport. That being said, that position that they gave, which I'm not reading here, is 70 nautical away and in line with the arc of the loop curve. Once you take off 230 barrels of oil, which helps keep you afloat, something like that's not going to stay afloat long. And coming back to that question of size, if this is something in like the 60-foot range with about a 20-foot beam, that's only going to have about an 8-foot depth of hold. So this is a very small vessel. But there were whalers that were that size. A number of these guys at that size were capable of crossing the Atlantic, whaling off the Cape Verdes, moving along the coast of Africa, crossing to Brazil, coming up, tucking into the Gulf of Mexico, heading out into the Caribbean, then running on up all the way to Roberts Bank before tacking back, heading home to New England. I just spent a little bit of time on my weekends and whatnot reading over 100 logbooks. So I'm, with apologies, like thoroughly nerding out on this and enjoying it because it's a fascinating history that otherwise just is sitting there and accessible only to a handful of scholars. But a wreck like this, if this is what's suspected, we're going to continue to really drill in and take a good hard look. And that's why we're not naming names right now. But discoveries like this lead to more discussion and more observations, lead to the potentially, I should say, answers.
Scott, this is ROV Nav.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move to pirouettes, yes?
Okay, so that would be kind of keep this altitude and just do a full pirouette once around each object?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Slower on the turns for the pirouette.
Do you want the whole object in the field of view for the pirouette, or do you want the ROV close to it?
The whole object needs to be in view unless you want to do multiple orbits, which is fine too.
Copy.
You know, when I start processing this data, I'm not going to have any fingernails left by the end of it because you're all terrified that there'll be a piece missing or something gone. But you guys are doing such an amazing job, and I really appreciate the care that you're putting into this work. we get a time check on remaining time on bottom?
Yeah, we have an hour and a half left on bottom.
You guys are willing. Can you do one more orbit of this feature, but slightly further away and slightly lower altitude?
Yeah, we can do that.
One of the nice things about these models is that they can be scaled, and the maps can be georeferenced as well, which means that once I go back and add in a frame or two with the laser scales, I can set a distance on vertical and horizontal features that would then allow you to go back in various mapping softwares or the modeling software that we use for this and actually measure individual artifacts after the dive is complete one by one.
Scott, do you want, when we go lower, do you want us to tilt our camera up?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
So far, the camera angles have been very consistent on the whole trip.
That's good. Perfect. I'm just so amazed that you can drive something the size of a small SUV around the seafloor like this with such precision. It's incredible. Jim, once we do the orbit around the bow anchor, it's all yours. So if you want to formulate some kind of plan of where you want to visit or focus after that, that'd be good.
No, that sounds good. Actually, I do see, like a thinking stove, that this has a fair amount of cast metal into it. And while I do also appreciate that some of these cauldrons could also be used for cooking, so much with that configuration that is more commonly a TriWorks, that I'm still in that frame of mind. But I do think, this is why we don't name names. Throwing out some hypotheses, we can all talk about this later and do some more assessment. To that end, I think what would be good is to take a look and just get some close-up stuff. I'd like to really take a closer look in this area, but I'd also like to take a close look and get up and take a look at those chain plates. also, also the bow, some of the cobbles, and follow Chris's lead in terms of what he saw, and as well that bright. Take a look at whatever that bright target might be. I've also seen some other things in the sediment as we keep passing over that look metal or something that almost barrel hoop. So it would be awesome to take a look at all that.
Where was the possible long glass in canvas? Where was that located? I think Chris pointed out.
Yeah, I saw that. It was actually behind this feature here, and what I saw was if you were to swing around opposite side, you'll see the proximal end of that broken anchor, and it looks like something's like folding out. And the way we crossed past it, I thought for a second it might be a ship's telescope, but it's not.
I did think I
one
saw...
of the great benefits. No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say that's one of the great benefits of these 3D mosaics, because things that look suspiciously like something from one angle can look completely different when you look at it from a different perspective.
It did look like there was a folded or crumpled something there that I wondered if it wasn't a piece of canvas underneath that the bow anchor. But I couldn't really tell from the passes. But
perhaps it's another T-shirt from Latin America.
That will start like a custom plate grid.
Now, come on now, that was from the Philippines.
At least it's not RCA washers dryers.
I still have that T-shirt, Mel.
Of course you do.
Yeah, right.
It's such a great story.
Scott, we're getting ready for the anchor pirouettes. Would you like kind of the same thing? One a little higher looking down and then one lower looking sideways?
I think what you have right here is fine. We'll do the orbit of this and then hand it off to Jim for his zooms and whatever else people want to look at.
Copy that. So we'll do one pirouette at this altitude.
Yeah, with the modeling software, sometimes highly angular, protruding objects can be difficult for it. Since this is such a low relief and pretty consistent in shape, it should be easier for it to match it up properly.
Is that a piece of glass?
See near the ring, that crumpled something?
No, I was near the
Underneath the
points. I saw a square piece of glass near the right point. Just below that white section underneath the point. Sorry, I'm using the wrong term there. See, we're now seeing the glass on edge.
Yeah, and that's definitely the side of the you can see the outline of the outer hull plank, the inner hull plank, and the punch-eaten frames.
If we could get some close-in shots of that later on with the laser scales, that'd be great.
Absolutely, because that'll help us with size.
Once the pirouette's complete, can we get another time check?
Okay, Scott, ROV Nav, just doing one last check before we change our camera zoom and lighting and all. Are you all set with photogrammetry?
Gee, I sure hope so. Thank you for all your help and hard work on this. I'm nothing but impressed. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We look forward to seeing the model when it comes out.
I'll do a low-res one first, which is faster processing. It can take up to a month with the churn out the data. Just running the machine 24/7. It smells like burnt plastic afterwards. So hopefully next week early we'll have something.
Yeah, that would be amazing to see. Thank you. Hopefully these images will really render something special.
You want to get some close-ups on those bottles while they're up there?
Yeah, we're going to run down the length of the starboard side one more time. Our pilot fears that he might have missed some of the sediment outside. Wants to just get full coverage. And then once we're down at the other end, we're going to do some multi-beam imaging of the stove, just for a couple of minutes. And then we should be ready to pass it off for any zooms or whatever else we want. We have about an hour and 15 left on bottom.
Roger that. That all sounds good.
And we had a question in the chat room from Asako Matsumoto. Why there exist two anchors in this location? And Jack Arion stated that the ships of this period carried multiple anchors at any point in time. So that's really an interesting fact that modern day ships don't usually also carry those. I think I'm not sure on that, but that was a great observation in order to see how historic values have changed to modern ones.
Well, as my thesis advisor would say, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Redundancy is key.
Oh, I take that into heart with a lot of what we do here on the ship.
And don't forget these were attached with a rope, not a chain. So it was not unusual to lose. There was some frequency.
Absolutely.
Okay, 2013 UTC, exactly 1 hour. We're ending our photogrammetry.
What's an interesting point here that I'd like to make is that there's very little biology that we're actually observing. We see some of the leftover trails of the spoonworm like we observed earlier in today's dive, and I'm seeing, I think there's a starfish right in the middle, some form of echinoderm. that's there. And besides for those few fish that we've also observed, there seems to be just very little biology in general over this area. I haven't seen any crustaceans or anything of that sort as well.
That's actually great news for us in our interpretation of the wreck site. You know, bioclutter can be very difficult to analyze artifacts behind.
To one, it's bioclutter. To another, it's a great observation. So, definitely interesting to see. I mean, I'm glad that we're able to get the footage of this shipwreck as it is, or as it's been. Just overall that beautiful footage of how you can actually see just still the imprint of overall what this ship, at least the size of this ship used to look like, is incredible, and how over time it's even been preserved in this area.
There's a few sites that even have tube worms on them, and I was curious if we were going to find them here today, but I don't see them here.
I keep seeing that feature straight ahead that's roughly circular, and it's roughly in the top center of the image right now. It kind of looks like could it be the bottom of like a wooden barrel or something?
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me, too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So notice how some of these bricks are adhering to the metal of the stove. I think that would be because it was encased in the brick and not that it was a platform for the stove to sit on.
So they would set the stove, of course, on the bricks to prevent the fire from spreading, right? So if they were rendering large amounts of oil and blubber and stuff, and over time, would that turn into like a glue? You know, that would be heated and cooled and heated and cooled and rendered down into something that would make those bricks.
Looking at some of the images of Triworks, like on the Charles Martin and some of the other vessels, they're actually encased in brick, almost like a barbecue pit. You know, it looks like. So the metal, you know, is actually enclosed within a brick structure. So that's what I'm wondering if that's why we're seeing this adhering to it. How else would it have gotten on top? I wonder. I guess it could have fallen that way in the wrecking process. But I don't know. That shape, though, is reminiscent of our Mardi Gras wreck stove with a firebox in the front there.
And that little indentation on the right-hand side looks like where the spit would go for roasting.
Mm-hmm.
Indentation on the right-hand side looks
Yeah.
like where the spit
Yeah.
would go for roasting.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm wondering is if it is a whaler, is suspected, a hybrid.
A hybrid as in built for that, or
somebody pointed out earlier. It's not exactly a wealth of plans for stoves from this period, and they were probably manufactured more by blacksmiths than they were actually by a stove maker, for example.
Yeah. I do know that the whaler Niantic. Yeah, no. the Whaling Niantic of 1835 was using its try-works as well as the try-works, but when they weren't whaling, they were using it to cook.
Makes sense.
I'm glad they don't do that on research vessels nowadays.
Jim, this is ROV Nav.
Real greasy spoon.
Smell would probably not be appealing.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, we're all done. We got some blue view multi-beam images of the stove, but we're ready to pass it off to you for any zooms. We have a few minutes more than an hour left on bottom.
Thank you. That sounds good. What'd be good is, as we back away, I think while we're here in this area, and have people chime in, get a couple of good detailed observations and close-ups of this, get some scale on these, get some scale on the bricks, and then let's start looking off to the side and see what's lying in and around it. I'd like to go back to that rounded feature that was pointed out. I'd like for us to go to the chain plates. I'd like to head back towards the stern. There were some things that we were seeing there in the sediment. Anybody sing out if you see something or want to stop. We've got this hour to do it, so let's just take a good close look as we're doing this. And then biologists as well, if you see something, sing out. This is a multidisciplinary expedition and a test. And then go back to the bow. Chris Harrell, are you seeing that decorative edge or that decorative casting?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. It may have a name right there.
Look at that. Yeah, I think it does.
Is it Brody?
No, it won't be a
Brody.
It's people.
Brody R O E. I can't middle bit.
There's an HORREL.
Harrell.
I knew we lost some stuff in the move.
Well, come get it.
There's an S
Yeah.
H B
SH. Oh, it says stove. Sure.
If you weren't sure what it was.
Need some of that enhancement software that they use on the license plates.
That is really cool. That's the first time I've ever seen anything like that on any kind of heating or galley stove or any of that kind of stuff. That was really cool. Hey, Scott, we need a chance if somebody can get a screen capture of that. I can't actually do it on this machine I'm on right now. And send that to me. I'm going to see if I can suss that out.
I've been taking screen captures. I have a ton so far.
Oh, fantastic. Good. That was really cool.
Do they have a high resolution still camera on this ROV?
As we move along,
Oh, no. It's like SH something R.
I thought it was a B.
SHBR?
You know, as in swashbuckler or something like that. Any Wheel of Fortune fans out there want to solve it for us?
I'd like to buy a vowel. That's an HBR. What it looks like. I'll be darned. OE.
In the time period, this is the great age of small-scale ironworking. And so whether it's an actual patented name or if this could also be the name of the actual iron maker that did it, this is very limited larger scale manufacturing. These guys are not turning these out in large numbers. This is, intensive work and essentially practically handwork with limited level casting.
Do you guys see the last word as bridge?
No, could be.
Strombridge.
Does look like bridge. Interesting.
That it's in front of the S, ASH bridge.
Well, we probably ought to move along. We've got video of this we can pour over and rewind and look at over and over. That is pretty amazing.
What did they use for fuel in these stoves? Was it coal or was it wood? What did they fire?
Well, on the market side, sun coal, but I'm sure they would use whatever they had on hand. But yeah, coal, wood, whatever.
Firewood was easiest.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is exclusively going to be coal, but I just know that in the artifact assemblage that we documented, we did find at least a limited amount of that material.
Hey, Chris, or someone else, because it's been a while since I've looked at this, but what was the longevity on these stoves again? If these could be replaced with frequency, and I know that was at one point while we were sort of hoping there was a way to develop the stove typology because these could actually be really useful for dating ships. Do you remember what that longevity was? Anyone?
I don't remember that. What I do remember is that there was, they're obviously portable in the sense that you can take them off one vessel and put them on another. So they might outlast the vessel. I mean, it's possible, although I imagine iron. If this is, well, it's obviously iron, it would rust, and there would be issues with that. But they would coat it with whatever and try to make sure it didn't deteriorate too much. So I don't really know the answer to that, Amy, but I would suggest that it probably lasted a while. You can see the plates here when it could take it apart and reassemble it as necessary. Yeah, they probably had to be taken apart and cleaned periodically.
Yeah, no, that was one of the things that we discovered with the Mardi Gras stove.
And you see how this one's sectioned.
Okay, we're doing a pilot change in the front row. We'll have a new pilot to do zooms for you in about a minute.
What's the time check?
About 55 minutes left on bottom.
About
Amy, I don't know if you remember, but you sent me a reference once that said about a meter square stove could feed over 100 people aboard vessel. You remember that?
I do remember that, and I cannot recall what I found that in, but you still have that, right? I could probably refine that reference. That was really neat.
Yeah, no. I'm looking for it right now.
I'm trying to remember if it was Jamie White when he worked with the Alyssa, if he was the one that told me about stove replacement. So I just need to see if I can track some of this information down.
what were sailors eating on board these vessels at this time?
What was the what?
What's for dinner in the 19th century sailing vessel?
Old horse. They would curse it and damn it.
But salted meat, basically salted beef, salted pork, and not the nicest cuts. You would also have dried beans, peas, rice, beer, oftentimes because that would keep better than water. Because the cuts of that salt meat were often undistinguishable, that's why sailors would often complain that they were being fed old horse.
what in comparison are they serving on Okeanos for dinner tonight?
Probably not Old Horse.
So, Amy, that reference is Marister 1824. It says here, the galley stove, which is a sheet iron, is hardly 1 acre square. This is large enough for 150 people because the preparation of food is very simple, and it goes off from there.
Yeah, largely stews, I would guess.
Thank you for refining that. I was going to try to figure out where I keep everything that I find in research, but sometimes refining how I've organized it can be a challenge.
This is Jean-Baptiste Marister. It's Memoirs on Steamboats in the United States of America, 1824. That's a steamboat, but still, the stove.
Hey, Jim, on shore, we just finished our pilot swap out. So we've got Chris Wright, Chris Ritter, and Bobby Moore up here in the front row and rolling on video. So we're ready to take some more zooms. I think that's the plan. I saw Todd got some close-ups of this object in front of us. What do we want to hunt down next?
Do we need close-ups of that barrel feature that's near the stove?
I'd like to, if we can at least get the laser scales on it. If you pan to the right, you should be able to see it. It's just off the edge of the screen right now.
I mean, Jack also had mentioned the bottles, and there are very well-developed typologies for those. So if we could get some good bottles and some good rims, that would be really great as well.
Right, so by the anchor.
Can you guys describe the barrel location?
See that white thing? It's right below that.
Looks like a bunch of little sharp pieces sticking straight up.
Yep, mid-screen. Yeah, right there. Your lasers are just to the left. There you go. Yeah, I think that's a barrel.
So it's roughly 25 centimeters diameter, so maybe a small cask.
You know, it kind of looks like there's a lot of dark pieces of wood around it and other things. I'm kind of wondering is that like a sign of burning here? But I don't see the checkering, or is that just the aging of the wood?
Yeah, I think it's just the discoloration.
Actually, if there is wood inside, that could be like an extension or something. Rather than hollowed out if it's solid.
You can really tell. Okay.
Well, I'm good here. For the sake of time, we could move on to something else.
All right. Let's move up and take a look at the bottles.
Okay, roger that. So bottles on the other side of the wreck?
There's a distinctive thing on the upper right next to the skid.
Yeah, by the anchor.
Okay. By the other anchor, right?
The other anchor.
Yep, okay. Headed there now.
Roger.
The other anchor is where we should also be able to get a good couple of images of the side of the hull and get some measurements on that, too, from some different angles.
You can get frame spacing, that'd be good. But before we go there, guys, we need to look at these chain plates. Stop. Okay. Right
Stop
there on the other side of the stove?
Yes.
Yeah, on the other side of it.
Okay. Shore side, so on the other side of this object, that's what we want to look at first?
Yes, you see those circular metal objects on the other side of the stove?
Yes.
Proceed over there, please.
Roger.
See what looks like what's left of the pudding from this around this anchor loop?
Yeah, I can see that.
On this anchor loop. Perfect. Okay, guys. Now let's just to the left to the next loop.
Science, was there something else you wanted to see on one of those rings?
Preventer bolts for the lower end of the chain plate. So now let's just move a little bit more to the left. More to the left. Perfect. Let's stop there for a second.
Is it possible to get the lasers in view on the moon?
Okay, we can back out a little bit on this and go a little bit further to the left. Go a little bit further to the left. Can you climb a little bit and look down on that a bit?
Jim, it's interesting. It almost like is a blubber hook on itself.
Okay, that's good. We can back off of that now. Okay, that's good. We can back off of that now. Let's zoom in on this end of this anchor.
Shoreside, your audio is a little distorted. Can you repeat?
Yes, if you can stop here and zoom in on this anchor.
Lasers on, please.
It's got an iron stock. That's its stood position. Okay, can we back up the camera a little bit? Before we head to the bow, I just want to take another quick look. If we're heading aft, back to the stern, there are a couple small things there that we should probably just take a quick look at before we proceed to the candy store that is at the other anchor.
Shoreside, you were distorted again. Can you repeat your last?
Roger that. Can you now just turn a bit to the left and proceed a little bit back towards the stern? There's a couple of features there before we go to the bow.
Can you give us an idea, referencing the lasers, the direction of the item you're looking for?
Yes, roger that. Right now you're in a good area. Let's keep moving, and then if we can go a little bit further to the left. Keep drifting over there, please. Do you see, keep going, directly ahead of the lasers? Do you see that object? Yes, the lasers are practically on. Go there, please.
I'm not sure what you're seeing. This looks to be just biomat, and up ahead there was a circular hole that seemed to also be created by a bio creature.
Right, understood. If you could back up a little bit, please. You drifted past it. If you could to the right, please.
Okay.
You need to reorient and head back towards the stove Triworks. Okay, here it is. You see the circular object at the bottom of the frame?
Affirmative. We'll head for it now.
We can zoom in on that. And laser, please. What does that look like to all of you? I don't think that's, I think that may be ceramic and it may be some form of bowl.
Seems to have structure in
Yeah,
the back being dark. I wonder if it's a hose pipe.
That's a thought, yes. Okay, we connect up. Before we go, there's this wood dark area right just over to the right. You've got some wood structure there. This is quickly right. We've got with that possible barrel, but just right before it, there's some square structure. I know we mapped this, but I would just like to, before we go, I would like to stop and look down.
Is that possible barrel shape you're describing could be a severed or what's left of a mass?
It's possible, but you see this structure. That is possible. But right now, what we're zooming in on, does everybody see this? That is possible.
Got some wood.
It looks burned in.
Okay, we can back up. Still articulated.
Yeah, that looks burned. You see the burning pattern on the right side? It's like that striation.
Yeah.
Okay, we can move forward now.
Shoreside, just for your awareness, we have approximately 30 minutes of bottom time left at this time.
Roger that, thank you. I think we can now go to that area around the anchor and focus, the other anchor, and focus on the wooden structure as well as the bottles.
Understood. We'll head that way now.
Jim, do you know what time?
Anybody have anything else that they want to look at this stage?
I don't think we've gotten a tight, good look at those bottles yet.
Roger that. We're heading there now. We want to throw bases and wood, take a look at those bottles and the cobbles, and that square object that may be glass.
Baffles my mind how a piece of glass could survive under an anchor after a ring like that. Must not make them like they used to. The lip of that bottle definitely looks like it's been folded over, handmade. The lip of that bottle definitely looks like it's been folded over, handmade.
So the drinking went on before the Mass? Was that canvas?
It'd be nice to get a geologist this ballast.
Well, to really tell what it is, you need to press brake on it. It's really hard with a weathered, sedimented surface. To the left part of the anchor, there's looks like a sharp, looks like a necktie shaped sort of thing. The top left of the screen right now.
I'm sorry, Shoreside. Can you
The buried
repeat?
bottle right there.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is now on screen, and it's like middle of the screen now. It's under the left fluke.
The square rectangular looking object. Almost looks like an envelope. Yeah, can we zoom in?
It looks like it has like a sharp edge to it.
Yeah.
Okay, Shoreside, we're gonna, since we're head on to this bottle, we're gonna start here and then kind of pirouette over there, so we don't have to do two maneuvers. But we're headed that way next.
Roger that.
There's a wine bottle from the 1820s that looks just like this. From New England. They kind of taper upward a little bit, and then there's another like applied little lip underneath sometimes.
You're right. When Jack and I were young and were serving in whalers, we drank out of wine bottles like this.
I wish I still had glassware that was this tough.
Nice swear we caught a fish as big as the world.
Okay, Shoreside, calling in again. I think we've got a good look at these bottles. As we pirouette, what we'd like to do is take a look at the other end of the anchor. There was that object that you spotted that may be another piece of glass, maybe squarer, and we also want to take the wood, try to get some measurements of that.
It could be a piece of plate glass. Mm-hmm. No.
Is that a
Nav,
piece
this
of
is
glass?
Witchleap.
Yeah, I think you had one under the bottle we were previously
I just
looking at
wanted
as
to
well.
check if you guys heard that request to essentially veer off towards more
English
of the
sheet of
left
glass.
side and get different angles of this
Wow.
piece of glass or object, whatever it is. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like it's resting on a piece of ballast.
Just because the anchor's there doesn't mean it is the bow. Either way.
Yeah, I was
We
just
have
going to
to
say, my bow theory might go out the window, so to speak.
We found a piece of plate glass on Monterey A, did we not?
Yeah, we did.
Well, as that little chalkboard. Jim, do you want to look what looks like canvas?
ROB, as we are here in this area, I'd like to get some lasers on just for a sec. But I want to get some basic size on this ballast and then on the timbers.
Understood. Lasers on.
Thank you. That's perfect. Can we sort of pan over a little bit to the left now? that another piece of plate glass under the anchor?
I only see plastic besides the plate glass we saw at that point and at the very bottom end of the anchor. What I see now is canvas or plastic sheets.
Yeah, it looks to me like more plastic too. It probably got blown in with that monofilament.
Yeah, you're right. It is plastic. This is a relatively small. This is a pretty small vessel. Look at the frame size here.
Yeah, barely wider than 15 centimeters. She was a dainty little thing.
We're right at the tip of the hull here. I think this is the sternum. Look at how sharp that point is. Even for in this period, that's more indicative of that stern.
So that would put the stove / tri-works up towards the bow.
Right, and that's where Morgan's is.
Is there something else you'd like to see, Science?
Yes, if you could show us the name of the vessel on the ship's bell, that'd be very nice.
We'd have to turn on the suction sampler for that.
Team?
If we could pan left and zoom towards the side of the hull near where the anchor ring is and see if we can get the dimensions that way, that would be helpful too. If we can identify like an individual frame, be able to measure it. So pan to your left towards the anchor ring.
We tried to paint that one as we were parallel with the anchor there, that black stripe that is currently horizontal left to right of the screen. We did paint that with lasers that sort of looked like a timber frame.
just out of curiosity, how far were the coordinates that we gave for this site off from the ones we provided? If you guys could email us an updated location for the wreck, if it was off by a significant margin, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we'll do. Shoreside. We'll get that for you after the dive.
Do you see that circular shape in the mud off to the left from the side of the ship? If we look forward to the ring of the anchor along the curve of the hull, if you turn and make sort of a sharp left, there is something circular in the mud. After we sort of get this curve or this arc, you can take a look at that circular object.
How far away from the lasers is that, Science?
Basically looking at it right now. It's dark, it's somewhat circular. Up above that larger, you gotta, let's just sorry about that, not that little tiny circular guy. There's a,
is that an sand?
there, you're right on it.
The glass side.
Can we zoom on that?
Are you talking about the kind of larger, dark sediment area that is above this? Or this? Oh, okay.
The shoulder of a ball.
Yes, but is that glass?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Is that an
a
hourglass, a timepiece?
like a sand clock.
A sand clock?
Yeah.
Can you pirouette to the right to try to get
It's a
the
very thin.
reflections?
It could be a minute
in the
glass or
opening.
something like we've seen on the others. But if we can pull back, there's a dark patch.
You know, glass looks too thin for a bottle. Probably is a sand clock.
It's a very thin glass.
Yeah.
Did we paint that with lasers already?
Can we pull back? Because that dark patch above this is what I was headed for. But
Okay, pilots, shoreside. We have 5 minutes left to bottom time.
yes, this dark object. Roger that. Can we zoom in on this dark? Okay, it's wood. Mel, I'm sure some of this is going to be helpful for the biologists.
Seems to be quite attractive to those squat lobsters.
Yes, apparently spot lobsters love to eat shipwrecks.
Was that a small isopod? Oh, it came out of frame now. The later. Quite a few crustaceans in one place. Relatively small.
Could that be a frame there, Jim? Kind of turn of the bilge coming up?
Possibly, but it's so more towards the middle part of the vessel that it's, I'm not sure. Well, it could be.
It looks like several structural elements are running perpendicular to one another, maybe fastened.
Yeah. Yeah, and it could be frames.
I was thinking maybe like a hanging knee that had come down or something, but it's awfully right angle.
Yeah, those pieces look articulated.
Okay, shoreside. Unfortunately, we have to go. We'll get a couple more looks here. Maybe I'll tilt up, and then we can look back along the length. And then we'll get set up for recovery.
That sounds good. You guys have been absolutely awesome and tremendous to work with.
You as well.
And we very much appreciate this.
Thank you for taking the tour with us.
That feature right ahead of us.
Thank you so much for everyone that has joined in today. This is concluding our dive 2, which is our UCH dive on this shipwreck. We appreciate everyone being able to join in and use a telecom line as well as a science chat room and C-Tube. It's been very productive, and we hope that the next few dives that you'll be able to join us then. We'll be scaling down the shelf break of the Gulf of Mexico, of the West Florida shelf, making our way down to Key West these next few dives. So please, if you're able to join, tune in, and thank you for everyone for joining. We appreciate everyone so much. Thank you, Scott and Jim, and Melanie, and everyone that has been able to chime in. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate the partnerships that we were able to actually come and do this UCH dive. We got the coordinates, and we were able to make it happen. So thank you to everyone involved in that, and we appreciate you guys and look forward to working with you in the future. Looking forward to what the mosaics are coming out of this dive.
Thank you guys. This is the best way to spend a Friday.
Happy Friday.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
That was a massive frame. It's not that